What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and it is Thursday, September 4th. We are here at the Polderbaan for another morning of arrivals. And the first airplane underway is the Finnair A350 arriving from bloody Helsinki, Finland. Very good morning to everybody who has joined already. Marja, goedenavond. And welcome to the show, all others who have joined. It is slowly but surely getting better here at the Polderbaan. Have a look. Over here already, things have been flattened. Slowly but surely, they're getting there. It's looking promising. So pretty soon, visibility here should be normal again. Until then, let's enjoy the last minute, the last few moments that we will have bad visibility here. Take in those mounds of sand. Before you know it, they'll be gone. Hadi Marja, goedenavond. It's also Finnair in a One World livery. 2 hours and 7 minutes the journey has taken from Finland to the Netherlands. Smoothing out the place. Another A350 from Turkish over there that landed just now. So 2 A350s, lovely sight. Dion, goedemorgen. Thank you so much for your ongoing support for a month of membership and everything in the lounge still to his liking. I'm happy to hear that, mate. If not, if anything is amiss, let me know and let me see what I can do to fix it. Hope you're going to stick around for many more months to come. Thank you so much for the ongoing support, Dion. And welcome to the show, everybody else who joined. Hope everybody is doing well. Good morning, Jonathan, Mark, Jeff, Gilberto, Alex, Erik, Ruben, Blackburst, Mario, Richard, Casp, Stefan, Handa, Gebakje. Good morning, one and all. If all is well, we have an updated widget in place. Reticent Wife updated the code so that when you guys, for instance, have a membership celebration and you're writing a long message, the message is going to scroll so we can see the entire message. It'll also automatically get transformed in a form that makes the entire message readable. So if you are in for a membership celebration, why not challenge the widget with a long message? And let us see if it works in practice the way it did in the emulator. Vueling having arrived, but at Schiphol there's always a lot to see. Here's one such example, flight 265 arriving from Warsaw, E2 Embraer 195. Behind it should be a 737 from KLM arriving from Copenhagen. KLM, Norwegian, Norwegian KLM. Still early here. The full squad is going to arrive today. 2 747s underway. The first one will be landing pretty soon already. Suparna Airlines. Thought it was Atlas that was also underway. The A340 is underway and of course the A380 is too. In the meantime, Alex Bond just now went ahead and gifted 5 memberships. Alex, mate, thank you so much for your generosity already so early in the stream. Amazing, thank you so much for your generosity. And welcome to the Aurora Skylines, those 5 new members. Make sure you have fun with those custom emojis that you now have at your disposal. 34 of them still. And they're there to be used and have fun with. To be had fun with. English is also failing. Welcome to the Skyline's new members. Don't forget to say thank you or dankeschön to Alex. And Alex, once again, thank you so much for your generosity, mate. 5 new members courtesy of you. Good morning to everybody who joined. Hans-Jozef, goedemorgen. Gerro, goedemorgen. Jazzy, goedemorgen. Adrie, goedemorgen. Sabuku, good morning. Yorkshire Traveler, good morning. Jakaria, good morning. Norwegian 737, arriving from Copenhagen. Suparna, next after that, the first queen of the show already. Turning in, further to the north. Quick look at the weather. Wind is still blowing from the south, 13 knots, 17 degrees C the temperature. Suparna in Dutch airspace already. Suriname in the vicinity of London. Atlas traversing the ocean. Retro Transavia will also arrive around 1:20, so probably a center runway landing, but still. And Emirates is late. We'll definitely go to center, but we'll still try to stick around, weather permitting. If all is well, it should stay dry here in the upcoming hours, even though close by over the coast, some rain might pass by. If all is well, over here it's going to stay dry for the upcoming hours. There is rain expected, but only for the late afternoon, or at least a possibility. Hey, and Norwegian comes with a grumpy face. Let's see who is on it. Axel. Hip glasses, I have to say. Looks good. Right, first 747. But, huh? Ah. There we go. Bevroren patat, goedemorgen. And indeed, bevroren patat, can see we have a Singapore landing after the 747. Indeed we will. Indeed we will. There it is. Approaching the glide slope. Singapore Airlines. Flight 324 arriving from Singapore. Right after that, Delta Airlines Flight 74 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia, A330. So, nice triplet of wide bodies coming up next. Dancing Queen indeed, Jean-Yves. Good morning, mate. Good morning, Swedish car spotter. And good morning to all others who have joined. Erik, goedemorgen. Bobbers, good morning. Alrighty, the first of two 747s for today's show, barring any unexpected visitors. Ooh, hey, I spy with my little eye. That's a little flight of stairs for the ducks and the grebes and the coots so that they can get on land more easily. That is so sweet. That is nice. That's a nice feature. Didn't even see that until just now. Really handy. I'm pretty sure that once all the excavators etc. are gone and there's also a bit more grass here, the birds will return eventually and they'll find the stairs and they'll use it. Indeed, a duck access ramp. That is considerate. Not too bad. Well, and you can see there's also cats over here. Cats, ducks, what more could a person want? Well, maybe a few doggos. Right, well, that was the first queen of the show, ladies and gentlemen. Having arrived from Nanjing in China, 10 hours and 40 minutes the flight lasted. The Bravo 1340. Obviously cannot linger too long on her taxiing away, since Singapore is going to be next. Singapore A350, also one of the prettiest airplanes out there. Flight 324, returning from Singapore to Amsterdam. Flight time 12 hours and 36 minutes, more than half a day underway. The 9 Victor Sierra Mike Yankee, and that's a 6-year-old airplane. First flight was in August 2019. Hey Dodo, morgen. Yeah, yesterday wasn't that great. Well, there was sunshine, but there were also moments where there was quite a lot of rain. Malay, goedemorgen. Michael, good morning, mate. Wesley, goedemorgen. Razor, goedemorgen, good morning. Tina, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. So the first queen already in the house. Another one expected between 1 and 1:30, but arriving from the west. So if all is well, it should be a candidate for the Polderbaan. A380 is late, arriving around 1:30. Center runway arrival, most likely. Same goes for the retro Transavia, which is also around, expected around 1:20. Last time I checked. The next quad squad member is going to be the A340. Raymaker, good morning, buongiorno. Benvenuto. Roy, goedemorgen. Long time no see indeed. Hope all is well on your end. William, good morning. So yeah, they're already removing all of the sand. And the seagull family is very curious to see if maybe there are some worms to be caught or other forms of food. Delta Airlines Flight 74 is the next arrival. Atlanta, Georgia is where it's coming from. 7 hours 36 minutes the flight time as we speak. November 823, November Whiskey, the registration. 10-year-old airplane, first flight January 2015. And after this, we are going to see SAS with an A320neo arriving from Copenhagen. And right now, over here, the sun is beginning to shine. Not sure to what extent it's going to stay sunny here, with clouds over the North Sea not too far away. And again, the sun is in the east, those clouds are in the west. We're expecting temperatures in the upcoming weekend of 26 degrees Celsius on Sunday, perhaps. And it's just a tad above 80 Fahrenheit, for those of you who are used to Fahrenheits. Today's high expected to lie around 22 or so, I thought they said in the forecast. Which is 75-ish, I think. So Lurk, good morning mate. Martijn, goedemorgen. Harriet, goedemorgen. Alexander, good morning. Once again, tuning in from South Africa, where spring has begun. Southern Hemisphere, same for Maria. You can see the windsock. Wind is blowing from the south. There's definitely some arousal in the windsock. But it's mostly headwind for the airplanes landing on the runway here. So, not expecting significant crabbing. In fact, looking on at the scale of chimney smoke further land inward a few miles, it looks calmer, with a lot of verticality in the chimney smoke, or probably technically speaking, water vapor. Hey Sander, goedemorgen kerel. Welcome back mate, hope all is well. So yeah, a lot to see here. Tractors, excavators, seagulls, airplanes. And an access ramp for birds. They're probably placed at regular intervals. Ah, there's another one. Nice. Nice that they thought of that when putting those barriers back. Very considered for the birds over here. We can already see a Flying AMS Live logo in the top left corner of your screen. That would be Air Canada Flight 900, which is going to be succeeded by Delta Airlines Flight 56, an A330neo arrival from Salt Lake City in Utah. Here in the foreground we have SAS with an A320neo arrival from Oslo. Ah, an excavator is digging again. Can you dig it? I'm so sorry to hear that, Roy. Jeroen indicating that there is a 747 flying overhead. Unfortunately, right now, overhead visibility is not that great, although there are definitely a few openings drifting in. As we speak right now, looking up and around me, it's mostly cloudy and very little blue, so hard to see airplanes flying overhead, even if they were producing contrails, which last couple of times we were here they didn't, but hopefully today they will again. Business as usual at AMS Live indeed, Gilberto. Air Canada Flight 900 arriving from Montreal is next, 6 hours precisely according to Flight Radar, the flight time. 7878 Dreamliner, the Charlie Golf Hotel Papa Victor, HPV. Also known to some as something else. Canadian registered airplane, 11 years old, first flight August 2014. Eric wonders if I'll be streaming again tomorrow. Normally speaking I would. Depends on the weather, of course. If it's raining cats and dogs all day, I'll be playing with the cats and dogs because that's more fun than streaming in the rain. Thought that the weather forecast for the upcoming days was not forecasting a lot of rain. But you never know, things can still change, so unless we're in the middle of a heat wave and not a single drop is expected in the next week or so, it's always with a little uncertainty whether or not I am going to go out. Normally speaking I will. Chances are I will. You can see relatively high humidity because there are a little you can see some vortices emanating from the flap tips, and that is an indication of high relative humidity. Stranger also back in the chat, good to see you, mate. Gamer Mike, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody else. Delta Airlines Flight 56 arriving from Salt Lake City, A330neo. Flight time 9 hours 15 minutes. 3-year-old airplane, first flight June 2022. And an excavator on the move. wind also causing the screen and the camera to shudder a little. So maybe it's time to enable image stabilizer already. Ooh, I think we can have another one of those screenshots where it looks like the excavator is going to pick up the airplane. From what I could see, it aligned beautifully. I already once had one of those as a thumbnail. Always nice when things happening coincide and it makes for a funny thumbnail. Mental note, 9:51, 52-ish. Alrighty, Vueling in the foreground. Vueling flight 8316, arriving from Barcelona. Right after that, a wide body visible. Jay Ramy also back in the chat, good to see ya. Milan, good morning. John, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody else. Now, I saw that my flight radar was stuttering for a brief moment. Did you guys encounter any lag in the stream or didn't you? I'm still not sure about the stability of my new data provider. Groover, good morning. Uncle Plane Guy, good morning. Dugman, good morning. QJ, good morning. Ires, good morning. Vueling flight 8316. Short lag, yeah. So there you go. I'm starting to have second thoughts about whether or not switching was a good idea. Nice mix of wide body, narrow body, wide body coming up next. The narrow body not yet visible for some reason. Oh, it's still a bit further back. Further back than I thought it was. This is KLM flight 644, arriving from New York JFK, 777-200 Now, buddy, I have to eat my words. The reason KPN called was because if you fill in the form, they still will need phone confirmation to finalize the cancellation. Which is why I called them back eventually to confirm that I did want to cancel the subscription, and then I immediately received the confirmation. So I thought I was being stalked, but actually what they did was just their standard procedure, so I stand corrected. I wasn't very kind about them, but it was just them doing their job. It said so on the website. I did not see that initially. Good morning, Bert. Good morning, Mr. MMU. Good morning, Flip. And good morning, Leo. And Flip, you can leave the D behind. My name is Boy and not Boyd. Next up, KLM flight 978, arriving from London City, and behind it should be Qatar flight 8205, arriving from Doha. So yeah, KPN has low upload at moments, and also not very consistent when it comes to lags and whatnot, although probably a bit more stable than at least Odido has been thus far. Now, I'm stuck with Odido for a year now. Obviously, if it really is going to be bad, I I will just have to open up another subscription. But yeah, not much left except Vodafone perhaps. The rest is all. It's basically just just a handful of providers that have the coverage. Anyway, we'll see. What I do find very concerning is that both KPN and Odido have extremely bad reception at Victor 3. And I'm surprised by that, because KPN at one point, I've streamed there quite regularly, and only recently did I start to encounter lag issues, as if they removed a GSM mast over there. I was hoping Odido would be better, but from what I did there in testing, it looks like it isn't. Which makes it a blind spot for streaming. If I have bad reception and bad upload, then it's hard to do a stream from there. Dodo says, it's a Schiphol issue too. I sometimes lose coverage too every now and then. Yeah, and Victor 3 is a sweet spot that I used to be able to stream from without any issues, but the reason that I now switched from KPN to Odido was because of the bad reception that I was experiencing at that site, combined with many instances where I already noticed that my upload was low. Now over here, I did a speed test before going live. My upload was much higher than it has been with KPN before. So the only thing now becoming a bottleneck for Odido seemingly is the stability of the uptime. Nobody, I don't have a socket for an external antenna. I have a TP link modem or something. Very small thing. Basically 2 buttons, a small screen with low brightness, a SIM slot, a micro SD slot, and a battery. That's it. Yeah, and a USB-C or no USB connection so that I can keep it charged while in use during the stream. Klaas, goedemorgen. Karsten, good morning. Ruben, goedemorgen. Iris says, any chance you could record the PHBXE? Is it coming in? Where is it coming from? When will it arrive? This is KLM flight 1402, arriving from Paris. After that, we are going to see a Chinese A350. More A350s. I was already setting up here, and the World to Fly Corendon was also landing. All the A350s already landed this morning by the looks of it. Just before going live, Turkish also arrived here with an A350. What is going on here? Not that I'm complaining. I mean, I'm a big fan of the A350s, but... taking off. Well, if you guys could keep me posted when the BXE is lined up. It's probably taking off from runway 24 then, isn't it? I hope it will, otherwise if it's taking off from 18 left, we're going to see only the contours of it. Can you dig it? Well, they're finally working on removing all the excess sand, which is good. Hey Kevo, good morning. Welcome back, mate. Yeah, indeed. Nice to see them actually working on the dike. They already did this part, so visibility over here is good again. I am still standing close to the cycling path just because further to the north, as you can obviously see, there is still visual impediments present. There are still visual impediments present, but pretty soon I can also set up again between where the man is sitting and where those pipes are, which is of course in line with exit number 1, where we can also start seeing butt shots again. Freddy Dutch, good morning. Bart, goedemorgen. Martino, goedemorgen, good morning. Rudolf, goedemorgen. I'll do my best to make it a nice day. This is China Southern Airlines flight 307, arriving from Guangzhou in China. 11 hours 27 minutes on the way. It's also a special livery, Guizhou, something to that effect. It's the Bravo 30 Charlie Echo. 5-year-old airplane. First flight November 2019. Gilberto is waiting for the fishermen. I'm not sure if we're going to see them again today or him. He was here on Monday already. Not sure how regularly they check the nets. China Mutai, a toast to the world. Is that a drink? Not a Mai Tai. No, Muay Thai is that's a contact sport. That's fighting. What is it? Is it a region in China? Is it a drink? Is it a festival? Is it an exhibition? Is it a sport? What are they celebrating on that livery? David, goedemorgen. United Airlines coming in with a 7878 Dreamliner, arriving from Chicago, 7 hours and 8 minutes on the way. It's the November 20904. 13-year-old airplane, first flight August 2012. Now after that, a 777 freighter arriving from Shanghai in China. This is an older model. You can see the carrying cabin is still relatively up front, close to the pilots. Knowing that the airplane manager is close by will only make her want to speak to him even more readily. Alright, well, Iris says that the BXE is now on takeoff roll from 18 left. Is that it? No, that's a bizjet. That's a bizjet taking off from runway 22. That's probably taking off first then. I also have to turn around. China Southern flight 495 is arriving. That's a 777. This is China Southern Cargo, flight 495, arriving from Shanghai in China. 10 hours and 46 minutes to flight time. The Bravo 20 Echo November. Take one last look at the sand and the excavators. Pretty soon they'll be gone. The cat is also back. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. Transavia geek, good morning. Right, so the flight to Marseille is taking off right now, or? Think this might be it. Yeah, that looks like it, alright. Aris is dead, on board. Off to Marseille. Looks like they'll be hitting the clouds any moment now. Yep, there you go. You're welcome. Torsten reporting the USC A340 over him. It's not going to be too far away anymore now. Let's see. KLM flight 1352 is arriving next. Embraer 175 arriving from Prague. Let's have a quick look on Flight Radar, see where everything is at. So, Suriname turning final. Let's have a look to see if we can catch it on the glide slope in a moment. The second 747 is expected around 126 and the A380 is expected right around the same time. We're also going to see the Transavia Retro later. Last time I checked, its estimated time of arrival was planned to be 1:20, although it did take off a bit delayed, so I don't know exactly where it went to again, but it will return from a destination lying east of the Netherlands, so with an ETA of around 1:30. Just like with the A380, it is very likely going to be a landing on the center runway. Triple-7 coming in, arriving from Johannesburg, south. Behind it should be a Bombardier C-Series, which is now becoming apparent over there, and behind it should be the A340. The clouds are blocking glide slope visibility. From Skopje, thank you Jeroen. Retro Transavia is now at Skopje and will return later. And Conquista is tuning in from Mombasa in Kenya, which also is in. And this is KLM flight 592, 777, 300 The PH BVP, Bravo Victor Papa. Howdy Ronald, goedemorgen. And good morning all others who have joined. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. The full quad squad will be featured in today's show. The first member, the 747, already landed. The second member is now number 2 for arrival. The A340-600 from Suriname. The A380 is also underway, expected around 1:30, 5 minutes earlier, but still. A second 747 is also underway. It's expected to arrive around the same time as the A380. And there's the A340 already. Croatia Airlines Flight 450 arriving from Zagreb. Flying before it, we're not going to film its landing. The camera will stay focused on the A340. Well, McT, good to see you again, mate. Hope all has been well with you. Pearson, welcome back, mate. Good early morning for you. Greg, good morning. Goedemorgen. PH Jet, goedemorgen. So yeah, the first Quad Squad member already landed. Suparna. And Atlas is still underway. This is Suriname with its quirky third main gear. Suriname flight 994. 8 hours 50 minutes on the way. A340 600, the Dows Delta Alpha Uniform Sierra Zulu. 21 years old, first flight December 2003. Hey Pete, what up mate? Over to the north you can see there are still dunes. Over here it's typical Netherlands. Everything is flattened. Just the way we like it. Yeah, so with a little bit of luck, a week from now everything should be back in order again. Normal visibility. Sooner than that. I'm really busy working on getting rid of the sand, the excess sand, so with a little bit of luck they'll have progressed even further before the weekend begins. It is Thursday still after all. Idle reverse landing. That is a shame. The landing could have been a lot louder. But yeah, such is life. Maybe next time. Hey Youssef, good morning. Hans, goedemorgen. Peter, welcome back mate. Paul, good morning mate. Perfect timing if you were just in time to see the A340 land. Another Quad Squad member already landed. Suparna 747, but there is another one underway. That's no full power from the hair dryers. Indeed, it isn't. Indeed, it isn't. Daniel, goedemorgen. It's Loxam once again, sneaking in some ads over here. Now, no longer. In the meantime, Al is landing here. South Island Aviation also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Ethan, good morning. Peter, goedemorgen. Summer is back in South Africa. Is that so, mate? Over here, it's fading. Although on Sunday, it is expected to get warm again. The sound you're hearing is Eddie the excavator, slowly coming this way. Good morning, Futing and Senna and Alf. Gerrit, goedemorgen. It's a Volvo. Eddie the excavator over here. Still, the thing I like best here, the ramps. I'm sure they'll get used once it's becoming a bit more calm again over here in a few weeks from now. SAS Flight 1553 arriving. Good morning, Jan Drama. Retreating the blade, good morning. And good morning to everybody else. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. Seagull Fest 2025 is in progress over there. Hitachi is spoiling the party. Next up, BA Flight 430 arriving from London Heathrow, A320neo, A321neo I should say. And it's the G Neoi. That's Golf November Echo Oscar Yankee. 44 minutes flight time, nominal flight duration. 5 years old, the airplane. First flight February 2020. Hey Olaf, good morning. Welcome back, mate. Rory, good morning. Welcome back to you too. Yeah, so every now and then a Hitachi excavator will be in the way, or a Fendt tractor, so don't get offended. It's to improve visibility over here. Over here already things are back to normal. Still standing a bit further away from the water, where the grass and ground is higher, so that we can still look over the hills that are still to the north. But yeah, I'd say they're now a couple of meters before south of the pipe bridge, as it were. So they're making good progress. Huh? Is that just one fire truck coming this way? Because where are his bros? What is going on here? Hey, that's not good. That's not good. Where are your siblings? All alone. So lonely. So Hitachi, Cat, Volvo, and now also Tarom. Tarom Flight 361, returning from Bucharest. Firefighter is passing the parking lot. Next up, EasyJet, flight 28674, A319, arrived from London Gatwick. Yeah, nice. They're doing a good job. Things over here, pretty straight. Pretty level. It seems that we have crossed through 200 likes. Thank you all so much for that, ladies and gentlemen. Glad to see that you guys are enjoying what you've been seeing thus far. Hope that goes for everybody. Now let's see. KLM Embraer 190 arriving from Geneva. Next after that is 737 arriving from Porto in Portugal. And after that, a little gap, after which we are going to see a 787-10 by the looks of it. All focus in the cockpit. And Rory, thank you so much for your super chat. Loving the Schiphol action, mate. Thank you so much for your generosity. I'm glad to hear you are enjoying what you're seeing, and I hope that goes for everybody. Now, also, we have an updated widget. If all is well, longer messages should now automatically scroll in the message. So if you have a membership anniversary and you want to test the new feature of the widget, make a long poetic message, and if all is well, it should scroll in the screen. Rory, thank you so much for your generosity. And I'm glad to hear you are enjoying what you're seeing. I'm looking at Flight Radar now, and I'm wondering, has the 787-8 now turned onto the glide slope to the center runway? It's starting to look like it's going to center. That's not what we agreed on. Yeah, KLM Flight 741 is definitely going to the center runway by the looks of it. I'm also going to take this brief moment to put on an additional layer. I'm wearing my premium hoodie right now, and I'm also going to put on my vest because with the wind it is still a little chilly. So I'll be back in a moment, ladies and gentlemen. Right, that was a bit more involved. My transmitter got stuck, which made it a bit more difficult to take off the premium hoodie. Now I don't know who it was who said they were still waiting for the fisherman to arrive, but there you go. The crayfish fisherman is checking the nets. You probably already heard it on the microphone, and you can now see him over there as well. In the meantime, this one is getting away, going to the wrong way.
Wrong, 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 wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong.
And it looks like everything for the time being is directed to the center runway. Makes me wonder, since everything is now temporarily being directed to the center runway, is there maintenance going on or something? Let's have a quick look. Bezoekbus. Right, so half an hour of center runway for arrivals. Why is that? Short maintenance to the Polderbaan. Okay, so it's just half an hour and then it's Polderbaan back in business again. There are no quad-engined airplanes expected until later. Atlas Air, Emirates, and still in Skopje is the retro Transavia. So yeah. We can still see the airplanes going to the center runway quite well from over here. No issues. This is Air Arabia Maroc arriving from Tangier in Morocco, which is in the north of Africa. In the meantime, the cat celebrating 18 months of membership. Thank you so much, the cat, for your ongoing support. Where planes unite, spirits rise at AMS Live. Well, big words indeed, the cat. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. If not, let me know. Let me see what I can do to fix it then. I hope you're going to stick around for many more months to come, the cat. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. Hassan is also back in the chat. Good to see you. Richard, goedemorgen. And welcome to the show, all others. Marcel, goedemorgen. Hey, W says that there is a Cathay 747 listed to arrive around 109. So, bonus queen perhaps incoming. WestJet, allegedly the best jet. Flight 70, arriving from Halifax in Canada. After that, an A320neo, Lufthansa Flight 988 arriving from Frankfurt. After that, Air Canada Flight 808 arriving from Toronto, Canada. After that, KLM Flight 594 arriving from Cape Town, South Africa. And after that, a 767-300 United arriving from Houston. Next up, Lufty Flight 988 arriving from Frankfurt. That's an A320neo. And that's Deja. It's a deja vu that we are seeing here. A deja vu, I should say. Let me do it myself. Delta Alpha India Juliet Alpha Deja. Right. It's a lovely deja vu. 46 minutes on the way from Frankfurt. The airplane is 5 years old. Its first flight was in September 2020. Air Canada flight 808 will be next after that, arriving from Toronto in Canada, 7878 Dreamliner. And over here the seagulls are also going further to the south. Is there Om Yum Yum? Or isn't there? Now it is opening up a little bit. The wind is blowing from the south. Right now the clouds are still obscuring the sun, but I don't think for much longer. This is where the wind is coming from, and it looks like more open weather type is approaching. Over here we have a Canadian bank robber, flight 808. Six hours and 27 minutes on the way. The Charlie Golf Hotel Papa X-ray. So yeah, over here, unobstructed view of the Polderbaan. Finally, they're taking down those mounds of sand. And it's already September, so in a couple of weeks from now, by the end of the month, if all is well, the works, the overhaul, the major overhaul of runway 0927 should also be finished. Which at least will give us another place to spot from on occasion, or a couple actually. Because you can stand right next to the McDonald's, of course, and also right next to the threshold of 18 left. If you joined us only just now and you're wondering why is everything going to the center runway, it is because they are doing some maintenance from 10:30 until 11 on the Polderbaan, making the center runway temporarily the only runway in use for inbound traffic. Another 25 minutes or so, then everything should go back to normal again. Of course, when it is 11 o'clock and the wind is blowing from the south, usually parallel arrivals are beginning. So that will mean that everything arriving from the east for those 40 minutes will go to the center runway regardless. Looks like the sun is about to start to shine here. United Flight 20, arriving from Houston in Texas, 8 hours and 46 minutes on the way, the November 642 Uniform Alpha. That's a 767-300ER. The 767 we're now looking at is 34 years old already. The first flight was in April 1991, which is when I was still in elementary school for another 3 or so years. What were you guys doing back in 1991? April 1991. I was still 9 years old. Hey Gilberto, thank you so much for your generosity. Nice super chat. Plane spotting, National Geographic and civil engineering. Indeed. Schiphol Airport has it all. A 767. The cabin cabin in the back. So for some reason, at Boeing they already knew if you're going to make a separate cabin for Karen, you better make it further to the back. 34 years old already. Also Pearson, thank you so much for your super chat. This is his day, not ours. Peace be with you. Well, let's not go off topic. Certain subjects are off limits here. Now, we can see what is happening here. LVNL, Dutch Air Traffic Control, is driving on the runway. And it is just the one firefighter doing a round. They're budgeting. That's interesting. Only one firefighter doing a patrol round. A dinky toy in comparison to the caterpillar over here. It's the cat. Wow. School time for Greg. Pearson was in junior high school in 91. Ruud, goedemorgen. You can see the direction of the wind. There's a cloud street over here, a linear formation, and you can see there are parallel formations, and that's indicative of where the wind is coming from. It's over there. That's where the wind is blowing from right now. Departures taking place from runway 24 and from 18 left right now. Frank, good morning. And welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. 2 Quad Squad members have already arrived. A 747 from Suparna and the A340 from Suriname. The A380 is still expected. There's an Atlas Air on the way. And I think it was W who mentioned that there's also a bonus queen expected arriving from Paris. It was from Paris, right? Around 1 o'clock. Cathay Pacific Cargo. So there might be a bonus queen coming in this stream. This is KM Malta, arriving from Malta. Right now, Polderbaan is closed until approximately 11, according to Bezoekbus, due to brief maintenance on the Polderbaan. We could already see an LVNL vehicle on the runway. We're doing some testing. They're also getting rid of the sand, the excess sand, Over here already everything has been leveled and is normal again. And you can see that they're still working on getting rid of the excess sand and leveling everything further to the north. They do seem to be making good progress. And Bird 190 from BA City Flyer is arriving from London City. Flight 8451. Flight time 40 minutes, nominal flight duration. It's the Golf Lima Charlie Yankee Kilo. And it's an Embraer 190 short range. Seems appropriate. 15-year-old airplane, first flight February 2010. ETA A321neo arriving from Rome will be next after this. Now, I am wondering, I am getting a phone call on my phone right now. Was that the KPN help desk again? 088-775-1101. Pretty sure I know that that is a spam listed number, normally speaking. Rudy, goedemorgen. And good morning to everybody else who may have joined. You're still watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're at the Polderbaan, which is temporarily closed for short maintenance from 10:30 until 11. Means we're halfway through that period. ETA is arriving from Rome, A321neo. ETA Airways Flight 108. 1 hour 57 minutes on the way. I am registered EIHXE Hotel X-Ray Echo. This particular airplane, a year old, first flight April 2024. You can see the cabin cabin is all the way to the back. People passing by and the doggo is making a little noise. He is happy to be here. Oh, and now we can hear the sounds of bird control. Mr. F, good morning. K3 in the house. Fido's back. Indeed. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Now can you guys see already on Flight Radar which is the first airplane reassigned to Polderbaan? I'm assuming that the first airplanes going back to the Polderbaan will already be on arrival somewhere in the Netherlands or in Dutch airspace or in the vicinity of Dutch airspace. EasyJet A320neo will be next after this, arriving from Birmingham. And ITA will be next after that. Don't think we can see ITA already. And that's a good dog. Sitting on the lap of the lady boss. JetBlue arriving from Boston. The first approach for Polderbaan again. That's good news. It means that they finished their maintenance early, given that it is 10:48 still. JetBlue will be arriving here in a matter of minutes. So yeah, brief stint of maintenance here. If all is well. The runway use is going to resume again as normal from now on. I'm happy to report that the sun is out here again. Makes it a bit more comfortable than when it's just cloudy and windy. Glide slope visibility has not yet improved significantly. Those clouds that you see are still at an altitude that makes them be in a way. JetBlue is going to center, so you should be able to see it on omgevingsinfo. Not good to speculate. You should be able to see it on omgevingsinfo. Steven also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. MK, good morning. Richard said looks like a Delta A330 to the Polderbaan. Is it confirmed on omgevingsinfo? That's where you need to look to see it with near certainty. Okay. Delta 162. Any airplanes before it, that all go to the Polderbaan already. This is ITA Airways flight 120. Aegean will be next after that, and JetBlue will be next after that. What an enthusiastic little doggo. Right, so they're removing the sand, the excess sand, which is why if the Polderbaan is going to be in use again, you might see an excavator or two in front of the airplanes temporarily. The G is arriving. Aegean flight 3624 arriving from Athens. 2 hours 57 minutes flight time. Sierra X-ray November Alpha Juliet, the registration. Over there, Big Cat. And a Volvo. And a shed, and is that a lawnmower? No, that's to level the ground, I think. I think that's to level the ground. Security guy. Hard to see if there are people at the parking lot standing in front of the fence. From this angle, nearly impossible to see. We did see the firefighter on patrol. Only one. First time, I think. Don't recall that we ever saw only one. Cultivator. There you go. And here's the vehicle from LVNL that was driving on the runway just now. Big antenna car. Right, so Delta Airlines Flight 162 arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota is going to be the first airplane landing on the Polderbaan again. In the meantime, we have a slew of airplanes that are still coming in for the center runway. Air France Flight 1444, that's an E2 Embraer 195. No, a Bombardier C Series. E2 Embraer 195 is behind it. Air France Flight 1444, arriving from Paris, Bombardier C Series 300. Looks like TUI Flight 757 is also going to the center runway, arriving from Willemstad, Curaçao. Well, by now it's 5 minutes to 11. Parallel arrivals are going to commence pretty soon. Polderbaan will open up again for Delta Airlines Flight 162. And there is a control visible. Twin jet coming this way. East to west. A bit north of me. Little bit from south to north, but mostly east to west. Clouds in the way. Somewhere over there, Delta Airlines Flight 162 is coming this way. The clouds are in the way, we're not able to see it just yet. But it will become apparent in a few moments. E2 Embraer 195 in the meantime, KLM Flight 1002, arriving from London Heathrow. The before Delta Airlines Flight 162 is finally coming this way. Let's have another look at Flight Radar. So 1747 already landed, the A340 already landed, the A380 is now expected around 1:15, and it's Atlas that is now going to arrive later around 1:22. If all is well, there is another 747 coming around 1 o'clock, Cathay Pacific Cargo. The Orange Pride is on its way to Cape Town, South Africa, and somewhere, I think it was Skopje, there's the Transavia Retro, which should be coming back pretty soon. I think its estimated time of arrival was around 1:20 local time. The meter in the ticker updates automatically, but for those of you who are more visually inclined, let's also refresh the meter website so that we can see what's going on. The wind is blowing from the south-southeast, which is also what we can see in the clouds by the Cloud Street direction. Wind speed is 14 knots, the temperature is 18 degrees C, that's a tad below 70 degrees F. We have good visibility on ground level, we don't have a ceiling, but we do have some clouds at 1200 feet and 1700 feet respectively. Looking at the TAF, the upcoming hours look good, but tonight and later in the afternoon we are expecting rain and also maybe gusty wind around dinner time. But yeah, that's all for later. The upcoming hours are looking to be good. Let's see if we can spot the Delta A330 already. I think I do have it. There it is. Once again, airplanes arriving here on the Polderbaan. Delta Airlines Flight 162, arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota, 7 hours and 29 minutes on the way, the November 813 November Whiskey. 7 hours and 29 minutes on the way. The airplane is 18 years old, first flight November 2006. Volvo is coming. If you're wondering what you're hearing, it is a Volvo. Very typical engine sound of a Volvo. Clunky, just like their models in the 1980s. Right, there she is. Delta Airlines Flight 162. It does have the potential to get loud. I'm not sure that it will. Don't think we've had any airplanes landing here yet that use their reversers substantially. Well, it's nice that at least Delta still uses their reversers, come rain or shine. And with that landing, we can now establish that the Polderbaan is once again back in use. The next airplane is a bit further away still. Iberia, flight 731, arriving from Madrid. The Echo Charlie Kilo Uniform Bravo, A319, 1 hour and 53 minutes on the way. Meanwhile, things are starting to open up again. The sun is shining, the wind is still blowing. And you can see, looking in the direction of the clouds, this is where the wind is coming from. This is what it looks like to the south. This is what things look like to the west. This is what things look like to the east. This is what things look like to the north. Wind on the scale of tuning smoke currently looking like this. Hey there, Dino in the tube, welcome back. And welcome Abhishek and all others who have joined. So yeah, we had half an hour of Polderbaan closure due to short-lived maintenance. That has now finished. Iberia is arriving from Madrid as next arrival here. 1 hour 54 minutes on the way. We can already see another airplane behind it. That would be an E2 Embraer from KLM arriving from Brussels. Yeah, and that number 2 now no longer visible. And now again, the clouds are interfering with glide slope visibility, as you guys can see. Lance also back in the chat, good to see you. Roy, good morning. Troy, good morning. Trond, good morning, I should say. So Iberia, flight 731 is the next arrival here, A319, 1 hour and 55 minutes on the way, nominal flight duration. 16-year-old airplane, first flight September 2008. Lee Spencer also back, good to see you, Lee. Welcome to the show, everybody else. The Quad Squad members will arrive after 1 o'clock, between 1 and 1:30, roughly speaking. An A380 still on the way. And if all is well, 2 747s. One is already airborne, another one is expected around 1 o'clock. Whether or not that one is going to arrive, I don't know yet. But there's definitely an Atlas Air underway, which I think it was expected around 1:20. Last time we checked, the A380 expected around 1:15. So that's a candidate for the center runway. The Atlas 747 should be landing here on the Polderbaan if all is well. Retro Transavia is also still expected. I think it's now currently in Skopje, but the planning is that it's returning from there around 1:20. Last time I checked, it wasn't airborne yet, so we'll have to see what time it will actually arrive. Suparna has already landed here, as has the USC A340 flying on behalf of Suriname. Now, to my disappointment, I can see on the glide slope to the center runway KLM flight 696, and that is arriving from Toronto. Ordinarily, that would have been directed to this runway, so a bit disappointed that they didn't send it to the Polderbaan, but to the center runway instead. This is KLM flight 1704, E2 Embraer, arriving from Brussels, 28 minutes flight time. More Embraers, Embraer 190, German Airways, going to the central runway, flying on behalf of KLM. And the retro Transavia is lining up in Skopje to depart. Thank you, Danny. Now, just come to realize that I did not have a single sip of vodka yet. Let me do that first. Hey there, Dalia. Goedemorgen. Welcome back, one and all. Transavia arriving from Barcelona, then KLM arriving from Birmingham, then Transavia arriving from Girona. It's the 737s now coming in, back to back. This is Transavia flight 5132 arriving from Barcelona. 1 hour and 47 minutes of flight time. Papa Hotel, Hotel Zulu Lima. Getting away. The A330 that normally would have landed here. Still very pleased with the ramps that they placed here at fixed intervals. The duck ramps. Now, both the Volvo and the Hitachi are working to get rid of the excess sand, improving our visibility of the airplanes. Well, they're also still working on fortifying the dikes by the looks of it. No, but they already placed... Yeah, it's an additional coating by the looks of it that they're placing. Anyway... KLM flight 1042, having arrived from Birmingham. It's 737s to all the runways. W says that play is turning in. That's good news. In that case, this must be it. Yeah, that does look like something red, doesn't it? Even though it is still far away and very pixelated. Indeed, Dodo. Told you it's going to be done within 2 months. Yeah. Well, it took long enough. Typical construction in the Netherlands, everything takes longer than they initially planned. And it always goes over budget as well. This is Transavia flight 5766, arriving from Girona. 1 hour 41 minutes away. 737-800. Papa Hotel, Hotel Sierra Charlie HSC. Next after this, another one for the members. The red emoji that at the end of next month probably will not be able to use anymore. At least not in the right context. Now obviously there's always a context to find purpose for the emoji for. Quad engine contrail. Having done an Air Icarus just now, and you can actually see the shade of the contrail as well in the sky. Let's see, with play still still a bit further away. I'm waiting, patiently waiting. This is now the highest that my my tripod can get in the camera. So it passes further in my zenith than my camera can now point to. But now with the sun it's in our backs, we should be able to see more contrast. You can already see 747 Lufthansa, old livery. Another custom emoji for the members. The red, the yellow and blue tail, easily recognizable. Lovely machine. Wish they would land here at Schiphol. In the meantime, playtime, arriving from Reykjavik in Iceland. A320neo, flight 460. Flight time 2 hours 46 minutes. Indeed, make the chat bleed while we still can, while we still have a valid reason to do so. And thank you, Jonas, who informs us that the Lufty we saw was the 747-8 to Houston. Next up will be KLM flight 1030 arriving from Manchester. It looks like they're placing an additional layer on top of the now somewhat grassy sand. Or is that just what it looks like from over here? Once again, twin jet passing overhead on the same route as the 747 just now did. Well, almost exactly the same. A bit further to the south by the looks of it. Is that another Lufty? Now there's also something passing west to east, north of me, twin jet. Is that the A350 1000? Is that Cathay? Not sure. Or was that Turkish? Etihad? What? Okay. Oh. So this is KLM flight 1030 arriving from Manchester, Embraer 190, PHE-ZF. Things are opening up a little. Looking to the east, pretty open. Looking to the south, pretty open. Looking to the west, again things look pretty open. And also to the north, the glide slope visibility is improving. We can already see further away. Michael Vogel, back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. So we see two airplanes. Transavia arriving from Palma de Mallorca and a Transavia A321neo arriving from Verona. And again, a KLM widebody going to the center runway. No flight number, but just a call sign, 672 Delta. Makes me wonder, is that a relocation flight returning from maintenance or something? Hadi Peter, goedemorgen. Hey there, Oliver. Doing well, thank you for asking. Hope all is well on your end as well. Yes, so they're still chucking some sand over there by the looks of it, or... yeah. So it looks like those excavators are laying down an additional layer of sand, which they then will flatten. And after that, remove all of the excess sand. Or at least that's what it looks like to me. Maybe I'm just interpreting things differently from what is actually going on, but... Martin, good morning. Welcome back, mate. Welcome to the show, everybody. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at Polderbaan, runway 18 right. The full quad squad will feature in today's show. 1747 already landed, as did the A340. The A380 is still underway, as is at least one 747. And Retro Transavia also underway. So another A330 going to the center runway, arriving from Montreal. Normally speaking, you'd think it would be assigned to this runway, arriving from the west. So while the big fat A330 with the registration PHAOC, as in what the fuck is going on here, is going to the wrong runway, we are left with the narrow bodies. Transavia flight 5466 will be next to land here. Papa Hotel, Yankee Hotel, Sierra. A321neo, flight time 1 hour 29 minutes. Alan also back in the chat, good to see you, mate. Brand new airplane, first flight June 2025. I'm looking up, I'm hearing overhead traffic, another twin jet. Lufty. Unmistakably Lufty new livery. Right, this is Transavia flight 6410, arriving from Naples. KLM 737 behind it, arriving from Paris. So 2 consecutive 737-800s. Flying parallel to number 2 to the center runway is Pegasus flight 1251, arriving from Istanbul. Christophe, goedemorgen, good morning. What a calm show it is today. We're still under 600 viewers. It's been a long time since it's been this calm. Here's the fisherman checking the nets again. Wonder if the guy is called Freddy. Freddy and his Mercury engine. Another lofty twin jet passed overhead. KLM flight 1406 arriving from Paris is next. 42 minutes on the way. Papa Hotel, Bravo, Charlie Hotel. The next airplane is already visible, so glide slope visibility is definitely improving. I'm sad to report that it is still only narrow bodies coming this way. Embraer 190, after that an Embraer 175, after that another Embraer 190. Michael says, I should be a father. You have so many dad jokes. No way in hell, mate. No way in hell. GE, what is up? Thank you so much for your generosity. GE is up in Pennsylvania and wonders what the small ramps in the water are for. Those are for the duckies. The duckies, the coots, the grebes. It facilitates them getting into and out of the water more easily than having to jump up. Those barriers. So they're placed at regular intervals. There is also one somewhere over there, I think. No, not over there. They're definitely placed at regular intervals. Maybe I'm looking too far away. They're definitely placed at regular intervals. And they're there to make sure that any birds in the water can get out of the water more easily. And also if they want to, they can also get into the water a bit more easily. Although getting in is usually not the problem, it's usually the getting out that they need some help with. Particularly with those new boards that are higher than... well, were there any ramps before? Or any boards? I don't think there were. Malky also back in the chat. Good to see you again, mate. Malky is celebrating 26 months of membership, and he writes, we need more Embra in the lounge.
Bruh.
I am so sorry. I will put that on the groceries list and get on it as quickly as I can, mate. And Malky, thank you so much for the ongoing support. Hope that everything else in the lounge is still good. If not, let me know. And I will get on it instead. In the meantime, also a massive big thank you to Oliver Quick for a generous super sticker. What is that? Per character flying in the air with a red cape and a smile on his face. Thank you so much for that, Oliver. Much appreciated. Dyson Rebel says, love they have the wildlife in their plans. I agree. I already thought it was very unethical that during the nesting season they would get rid of all the grass and whatnot and would start working on reinforcing those dikes. But at least now in return they are leaving some ramps for the duckies. I hope they'll return again soon. Right, well, in that case, I need to know, are we talking about the Iron Brew drink or are we talking about Obviously, I need to know which one I need to put on the groceries list. This is KLM flight 1076. Arriving from Bristol, Embraer 175. It's 11:28 and we're still 10 minutes away from the closure of the central runway. And it's one after the other narrow body. Now two Embraer 190s. This is KLM flight 982, Embraer 190 arriving from London City, 39 minutes on the way, the Papa Hotel Echo Zulu Delta. The airplane is 16 years old, its first flight was in April 2009. Hey Simi, you made it, good to see you again. I've implemented a new code, but thus far nobody has taken up the challenge of writing a long message that we can test the widget with. Long messages will now scroll automatically when the message is still popped up. Hard work done by Reticent Wife. It looked good in the emulator, but of course we need to know what it looks like in real life. So if there's anybody who wants to celebrate a membership anniversary and write a long message, even if it is lorem ipsum, but it would be nice so that we can see if it works. Very nice feature. Long messages will start to scroll automatically if all is well. Gary is also back in the chat. Good to see you. Remco, goedemorgen. Is it morning still? Yeah, it is morning still. Things are opening up. This is what it looks like. The sun is over there. This is looking to the east. This is looking to the south. This is looking to the west. I can also hear something with a propeller, though I'm not able to see it. What I am able to see is an airplane. Where is that it? Is that a military plane with propellers, of which I'm only hearing the sound, but it's passing. Yeah. Ah, I stand corrected. I thought I wasn't able to pinpoint the source. Nice. Nice demonstration of physics there, with the speed of sound traveling relatively slowly. Which caused me to look somewhere else for the sound I was hearing. Now in the meantime, Malky just now went ahead and gifted 5 memberships. Mate, you really didn't have to do that. Very uneventful stream. If there's one stream where gifted memberships are not necessary, it is this one. Thank you so much, nonetheless. Welcome to the Aurora Skyliners new members. If you are one of the recipients of Malky's gifted memberships, make sure to thank him and have fun with those custom emojis. There's 34 of them to be used by all members, new and old. Don't forget to do that. They're not just to look at, they're there to use. So make sure you do. Malky, thank you so much for your generosity. And welcome to the Aurora Skyliners new members. Right, well, one after the other Embraer. A bit dull. I'm wondering, is the Embraer 190 arriving from Bologna? Now the last airplane going to the center runway. It's 11:33. Obviously, we already had sea traffic going to the center runway for half an hour between 10:30 and 11 because of the temporary closure of Polderbaan due to maintenance. So as I'm concerned, it's about time that everything coming into Schiphol would go to the Polderbaan again. E2 Embraer 195 KLM flight 954 arrived from Newcastle. 58 minutes on the way. Papa Hotel, November X-ray uniform. Fritz, guten Tag und herzlich willkommen. Another Embraer. Is this the last one to the center runway? I hope it will be. Right, well, pretty soon no more obstructions in the form of sand dunes. As you can see, they're working on getting rid of them. The only visual obstruction that is still over here on this side of the pipes is of course the bridge of the pipes. I really don't know until when it's going to be until these will be removed again. Don't think it is going to happen anytime soon. I think we're going to be stuck with these for a long time to come. Right, well, let's see. Embraer 175, Embraer 175, Embraer 190, Embraer 190. Here we go again. KLM flight 1070. It is an M175 arrival from Southampton. The pipes remain until March 2026, Dustin says. Dustin, what is your source? What is your source of information? So that's still half a year. Yeah, indeed, it's an Embraer. So this is KLM flight 1174. It's an Embraer. 175, arriving from Stavanger. Papa Hotel, Echo X-ray Golf. Hey Veronique, goedemorgen. Etienne, goedemorgen. Roxana, goedemorgen. Good morning. Andrew, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. So this is KLM flight 1174. It's an Embraer. Arriving from Stavanger. 1 hour 16 minutes on the way. Papa Hotel Echo X-Ray Golf. I am once again hearing overhead traffic, which right now is not producing a contrail. Still able to find it. Looks like a Dreamliner of sorts. But yeah. You see what I mean when I say finding a needle in a haystack? Hey, let's have a look. Let me also scroll. Yay! That looks really nice. The long message with the scrolling works. Simi, you did not have to do that. I'm pretty sure sooner or later somebody would make a long message regardless. But there you go. This is going to work. This is going to work. That's all the work of Simi, aka Reticent Wife. Cannot thank you enough for the great job that you have been doing with those widgets thus far. Also, the weather report automatically updates. Every 2 minutes it reaches out to a website to see if there's a new version of the METAR. So there's always a new METAR in the ticker, the latest. And now also this. And we're not done yet, there's more coming. But this is a feature that was working well on paper, and it's nice to see it also works in actual practice in the real life environment. Also a massive big thank you to Mehmet, who just now went ahead and gifted a membership to Jeroen Hogeweg. Welcome to the Aurora Skyline, Jeroen. Have fun with the custom emojis. Chris, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, one and all. Now, next up, a German Airways Embraer 190 arriving from Aberdeen. Flying on behalf of KLM, flight 912. This is the Dawsey. Delta Alpha Whiskey Sierra India. Embraer 190 long range, 1 hour 12 minutes on the way. Hailing from the year 2007, 18 years old. It is 11:41. And there are 2 quad squad members underway. A third one might possibly join. Rumor has it there is another 747 expected around 1 o'clock. There is one now underway, which last time we checked had an ETA of 120, and the ETA of the A380 was around 115. Let's also have a look and see if that has changed significantly since we last checked. Probably that's not the case. But it's always good to have a quick look. Transavia flight 6914 over here. Jewe Steinbeck and Miss Wolf says too. Welcome back. Hope you both are doing well. Transavia A321neo. A friendly neighborhood. The police is also coming this way. The next approach over here is KLM flight 1788 arriving from Hamburg, and it looks like behind that is a Delta A330, something with a wide body. Before they'll get closer by, let's have a quick look and see where the quad squad members that we still are expecting are. I'm not seeing the Transavia Retro. Oh wait, no, I was wrong. There it is. Retro Transavia expected around 1:35. That's a candidate for the center runway, unfortunately, given its time of arrival, and that's also the same for the A380. We are still going to see them quite well from over here, so worthwhile sticking around for. Bit earlier than the A318, or was it? No, it was 1:16. So a few minutes after the A380 has landed, there will be a 747 arriving from Miami, and there was also rumor of another 747 arriving from Paris, I believe it was, around 1 o'clock. The meter in the ticker is up to speed, up to date, but for those of you who are more visually inclined, here we can see the wind is blowing from the south-southwest. It's 19 degrees C, a tad under 70 F. Wind speed is 14 knots. We have few clouds at 2,200 feet, good visibility, no ceiling, and 1,009 hectopascals of ambient air pressure. KLM flight 1788 arriving from Hanover. No, Hamburg. Or was it Hanover? No, Hanover. It was with HA. But I had to double check. Hanover. Which of course is with a J. Because there's a J in Hanover. It's a silent J. What can I say? All's well on my end, Miss Wolves. Hope that also goes for you. Delta Airlines flight 136 is next. It's been a while. There have been a couple of A330s, but for some reason, even though Polderbaan was open at the time, they were directed to the center runway. So I'm happy to see that now they cannot go anywhere else than this runway. As you can see, there are excavators north of us. They're continuing with finishing up on the dike reinforcement. Over here, things have already been leveled and visibility is no longer obstructed. Further to the north, it still is, but they're making good progress, as you can see. And whenever dirt gets moved, the seagulls are never far away. You can see them over here. Jorik, goedemorgen. And welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. If you joined us only just now, you probably have missed two Quad Squad members already. Suparna 747 and USC operating on behalf of Suriname Airways A340-600. Those have already landed here. Another 747 is underway, as is the A380. There might be a second 747 coming this way as well. Retro Transavia, the A321neo, is returning from Skopje and is also underway. Earlier this morning, Polderbaan was temporarily closed between 10:30 and 11 because of maintenance. Now everything is back to normal, which makes the Polderbaan the primary runway for inbound traffic, and the secondary runway is the center runway. Center is now closed again, and will reopen again expectedly around 1 o'clock, between 1 and 2 parallel arrivals, as almost always is the case. That does mean that the A380 is going to land on the wrong runway, and the same will happen with the retro Transavia. Now granted, they will land on the center runway, which we can see quite well from over here. There is rain expected, but only for later in the afternoon and the early evening and later in the evening. So if all is well, the weather should stay dry here, which allows us to stick around for all the Quad Squad members and the retro Transavia to have landed. Last airplane of today's show is probably going to be the retro Transavia. In the meantime, glide slope visibility to the north is improving by the minute. First time that we are able to see a third airplane. This is KLM flight 682 in the background on the left. 777-200 arriving from Vancouver. And this is an Embraer arriving from Humberside. Side, plural, no, single. General Sokov's back. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. German Airways. M190. Thomasuna, good to see you again, mate. Rowan, good morning. H-Man, good morning. So there's a 777 now as number 2. Before it, Vueling, Han's favorite. Has anybody heard from Han? It's been it's been a while since we last saw him in the live chat. Hope all is well. Vueling flight 8657 is going to be next, an A320. Apparently the Born This Way, Flying This Way version. Flight time from Valencia has been 1 hour and 59 minutes as we speak. The Echo Charlie, Lima, Victor, Sierra. Interestingly, no Karen cabin. A very inclusive message on this airplane, and on this flight too, Karen will have to sit with everybody else. We don't make exceptions. Not for Karens, not for anyone. This is KLM Asia arriving from Vancouver with a Boeing 777-200. 8 hours and 42 minutes on the way. The Papa Hotel, Bravo, Quebec, November. Now it's KLM Asia, but then again, there is a Quebec in the registration, so I guess it's okay then. 19-year-old airplane, first flight April 2006. (787-10) Dreamliner arriving from LAX after this. KLM flight 604. Finally, a few wide bodies coming in. Now, any Karens that want to sit in this will have to be slim. I think Fat Karen will want to speak to the manager about this. Indeed, a Karen cabin for narrow bodies on a wide-bodied airplane. All these wide bodies are making me thirsty. Time to pour me a small glass of vodka. Right, KLM flight 604 arriving from LAX, the next arrival here. Cloudy backdrop is looking nicely. Looking nice, I should say. That's what happens if you don't drink enough vodka. You start sobering up and your English is getting worse. It's a triple excavator dance. It's a triple excavator shot. Stupid airplane gets in the way. Photo bombing a beautiful 3 excavator glide slope shot here. Here it is, KLM flight 604, returning from LAX, 787-10 Dreamliner. Touching down after 9 hours and 50 minutes of flight. First wheelie competitor of today. And well balanced carrying cabin right in the center of the fuselage, it seems like. Or maybe a tad forward of center, but close to center. Gary says your English is better than most native English speakers I know. Well, either that says something about the English speakers you know, or it says something about my level of drunkenness on average. It's probably the latter. Lance says Karens are bad enough, but wide-bodied Karens in Range Rovers are the worst. They have idiot husbands called floppy-haired Ruperts. I thought Clarkson once called them Wayne Rovers or Range Roonies. In reference to the football player. Right, so where's the next airplane? There are 2 arriving from the west. The one closest by is another Embraer or M190 arriving from Cardiff, flight 1088, flying over Beverwijk. Not sure that we can see it. I'm looking to the left, I'm not seeing anything, the clouds are a bit in the way. Further back to the north and further out west is Delta Airlines flight 144 arriving from Seattle, looking to become number 2. W says A380 Manchester to Dubai, coming over, approaching the coastline near Haarlem. You'd think it'd produce a contra, wouldn't you? I'm looking up. I do think I am hearing something passing by overhead, but it is relatively cloudy over here right now, looking up. So you need to see something in between the clouds, and right now I am not. No, I don't think, no. It's my favorite vehicle. It's the fat bike. Right, is the Embraer already visible? Should be turning final. I think I have it. There it is. I am once again hearing something overhead. No controls to be seen. Well, I'm unable to see anything pass overhead, and also not yet seeing the A330. It should be turning in. Ah, there we go. Delta Airlines Flight 144, arrival from Seattle, Washington. A330neo, number 2. And there's the Embraer Flight 1088, arrival from Cardiff. Boss says, at Kaagbaan you mentioned the wake a lot. Is that not at your place at the Polderbaan? Over here, no. Had I been standing further to the north in the vicinity of the approach lights or under the approach lights, then yes, you would definitely feel the wake. Right here, there's no more wake. By the time the airplanes pass by over here, they'll already have slowed down significantly. Plus the wake, insofar as there's still a wake being produced, doesn't travel that easily this way. When it's airborne and it rolls off the wings, it's more easier to reach where you're standing at the Polderbaan, at the Kaagbaan. Over here, I think the wake will probably already get echoed up again because of the ground interference. Where you're standing at the Kaagbaan, there's one direct line between where the wake emanates from the airplane and reaching you. And then depending on the wind, if the wind is blowing your way, then it'll definitely propel the wake towards you. If the wind is in the contrary direction, you sometimes don't feel it or hear it. Well, you can still hear it. You don't necessarily feel it. So it's very much dependent on the wind and where the airplanes pass you by. Over here, they're already at low speed and on ground level. So any turbulence emanating from the airplanes will already be very minute in comparison. Mark H is back, watching from Hong Kong again. Welcome back, mate. Hope all was well. And Dodo says, I would love an emote for the maintenance vehicles. I want to be included. Well, that depends on a lot of things. First of all, we need 2,000 members, which means we are still around 900 shy of that. Then we'll have another vacancy for another emoji slot, and then we can hold a poll, because this is a democratic channel in that respect. I am the benign dictator who can block people whenever they annoy me, but when it comes to voting about custom emojis, I'm very democratic, and it's up to the members to decide which suggestions they want. And then, of course, round 2 is voting and actually getting enough votes. So it's a democratic process. Keep your suggestion in mind, I would say. And if we ever cross through 2,000 members, which at the rate we're going, it's going to be a long time from now. But then I will do another call for ideas, and you can pitch your idea, and then you guys can fight it out and the suggestion with the most votes will become the new custom emoji. Zika Sir says, as a Pole I do not consent to behold. I am so sorry. Right. No more Poles then. It seems that we have crossed through 400 likes. Thank you all so much for that, ladies and gentlemen. Glad to see that despite the onslaught of continuous and very little wide bodies today, and also half an hour of runway closure, you guys are still enjoying what you're seeing. Well, if you guys are fans of the M190, you're in luck. 3 consecutive arrivals of them right now. So we have KLM flight 964 arriving from Teesside or Darlington. That's an Embraer 190, 54 minutes on the way. The Golf Charlie Mike Whiskey India. 11 years old, first flight February 2014. Next after that, KLM flight 984, arriving from London City. Another Embraer 190. Well, for a moment I thought, were those reflective jackets and were there people in the field, but it was something different. Well, at least no hand on that sticky place on the top of the dash. KLM flight 984 is next. Another M190 arriving from London City. Flight time 40 minutes. Nominal flight duration. Papa Hotel Echo Zulu Oscar. 15-year-old airplane. First flight March 2010. Peter Alding is celebrating a membership anniversary. No less than 14 months of membership. Mate, thank you so much for your ongoing support. Peter writes, boy, thanks boy for the stream. You're welcome, mate. You're welcome. I'm happy to hear you are enjoying. Or at least that's my assumption. Otherwise, you probably wouldn't say thanks. So long and thanks for all the fish maybe, but not thanks. Thank you for the ongoing support, Peter. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. If not, let me know what is amiss and I'll see what I can do to fix it. To ameliorate the situation. Is that a Fendt? Where's that John Deere? That's John Deere, isn't it? Or... yes, that's John Deere. Oh dear, oh dear. New Holland is blue, Jeff. Nah, it's a deer. You can already see. That's a deer logo, and it's green. Oh, nice. Jeff saw a blue fence yesterday. Those usually are green. Sneaky bastard trying to come across as something else, as a Fendt or as a John Deere. It's time for another KLM Embraer. Flight 1944 arriving from Boshell. Pointillism inspired tail, or maybe just a copycat of Vueling. Fueling, wheeling, Vueling, Vueling. Now Mark H, mate, what are you doing? 10 gifted memberships. That definitely was not needed. Thank you so much for your generosity, Mark. And welcome to the Aurora Skylines new members. Don't forget to say thank you to Mark if you were one of his 10 membership recipients. That is above and beyond, Mark. Thank you so much for your generosity. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines new members. Have fun with the custom emojis. And don't forget to say thank you to Mark for your gifted membership if you were one of the recipients. And indeed, enjoy the stream. Transavia 737-800 arriving from Bari. 2 hours 19 minutes flight time. Papa Hotel, Hotel X-Ray Echo. Lance says, you know you're watching a classy stream when the host uses a word like ameliorate. Classmate, class. It's one of the first airplanes, if not the very first, if I recall correctly, that we began the stream with today. The One World Special Livery A350 from Finnair. It's going back to bloody Helsinki in Finland. I think it was the very first airplane of today's show, wasn't it? It's definitely a bit more windy than in the beginning of the stream. I'm still contemplating upgrading my tripod for a carbon fiber float deck with a more solid head as well, with more drag. Already I occasionally bump into the tripod and there's also torque. This is just me twisting on the tripod legs. Even if I fixate everything, you can still get vibrations, and this is just, well, and this is with image stabilizer enabled. This is just the torque from the steel legs. Those carbon fiber legs are much bigger, much sturdier. Definitely provide a more stable platform for windy conditions. Richard Smit, goedemiddag. Rien, goedemiddag. And good afternoon, all others who have joined. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. We're here at Polderbaan, where they're finally working on getting rid of all the sand, the excess sand. They're still working on the dike reinforcement. But over here where we are currently standing, they already got rid of all the sand and they've leveled everything. Still standing a bit higher up just because of the dunes that are still there further to the north. But you can see they're making good progress, and it probably won't be long before the whole runway area is once again visible without any hindrance. Looking forward to be standing a bit closer to the water from now on, or at least going forward pretty soon. This is the good part where the grass has been cut and where visibility into the water is relatively good. Further to the north, the grass is more overgrown and looking into the water is even harder. Now obviously there's not much to see yet with all the activity going on, but I'm pretty sure that the birds will return, and I'm looking forward to seeing them using the ramp to get out of the water at some point. Full quad squad arrival expected today. The A340 from Suriname already landed. 747 did too. There's another one underway, and the A380 is too. Both are expected between 1 and 1:30, a couple of minutes apart from one another. Around the same time, the retro Transavia A321neo is also coming. Buddy Dukman, thank you for the generous PayPal donation. He writes in Dutch, don't hesitate, just upgrade the thing, and then a big smiley emoji. Yeah, well, it's a financially big upgrade, let me tell you that. And I still am unsure how much improvement it is going to give. It will set up more rapidly, that's for sure. If you don't know Sachtler Flowtech, have a look at it. It's the norm in electronic news gathering these days. Anywhere you look at behind the scenes for interviews and whatnot, you see those tripods. They're everywhere, everybody is using them. At least everybody who is professional. Buddy, thank you so much for the supportive words and for the financial support as well, mate. You did not have to do it that way, you know that. Richard, goedemiddag, and good afternoon everybody else. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy, and you can see over here things are once again more or less back to normal with respect to visibility of the runway area. Further to the north, it's excavator heaven. A Hitachi, a Cat, a Volvo, and I'm not sure what that green one is over there. We have excavators here in abundance, a John Deere tractor as well. This is an E2 M195 with a Karen cabin. And apparently it's pregnant as well. Expecting baby Embraers pretty soon. Big picture wise, this is what it looks like. This is where the wind is coming from. You can see parallel structures in the clouds. Cloud streets, Wolkenstraten as we call them in Dutch. Tells you where the wind is coming from. It's coming from right over there. This is what the south looks like. This is what the west looks like. Things to the east and to the north look like so. KLM flight 1164, arrival from Bogota. No, Bergen, not Bogota. I'm definitely running behind on my vodka schedule. Chinese triple, I think. Yep. Chinese triple returning to China. KLM 737-700 arriving from Bergen. Hey, Lisa also back in the chat. Have a look. You can see over here things are okay. The excavators are over there, still working. But have a look what they also did. They placed ramps for the duckies at regular intervals. Very pleased that they did that. I'm sure once things get a bit more calm again over here, they'll be able to find them and use them. Our next airplane is going to be KLM flight 767, not a Boeing 767 obviously, but an A330-300. Fuck D is the registration. Papa Hotel Alpha Kilo Delta. Not saying any cuss words here. This is just the registration. Fuck D. 9 hours and 11 minutes on the way. 911. 13-year-old airplane, first flight March 2012. Karen cabin in the back. Fuck the Karen. Now it also looks like a Karen cabin for just slim Karens. So I guess Fat Karen will want to speak to the manager about this. Now, we're also seeing cats over here at Schiphol Airport. Cats and birds. They usually don't mix well together. Russell is having a look. Wide bodies are coming. Have a look. A 2 wide body airplane glide slope shot. I'm liking the look of that. This is Delta Airlines flight 164, arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. 7 hours 25 minutes on the way. Oh, I am sorry, did I mispronounce it? Michael says, just say fucked. Don't say the D by itself. Fucked. That's, I apparently mispronounced it. Here Gary was saying that my English is better than some English native speakers he knows. Well, there you go. Such an obvious mistake. Thanks for the correction, Michael. It's interesting. It's interesting that the Delta A330 has a bigger Karen cabin than the Dutch KLM one, which is also an A330. This one does seem to be a bit taller. Frank says that KLM is even considering ejection seats for Karen. That sounds like a good upgrade. Makes it easier for the personnel as well. Yeah, that's also what I was thinking, buddy. American Karens are bigger than Dutch Karens. Probably, presumably. You need to measure it to know for sure. This is KLM flight 744, arriving from Lima in Peru. Peru is on the same continent as... Flight time was 11 hours and 43 minutes, almost half a day underway. This is the Papa Hotel, Bravo, Victor, Foxtrot, BVF. Hazel Mouse, Mon Ami says, as you showed the stairs ramp for birds out from the water, I make the abo just today. Welcome to the show and to the channel, mate. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the ramp getting used by the birds sometime soon. Obviously, with all the excavators here in the vicinity still working and making noise, it's going to be a while before the ducks are going to return. But I'm pretty sure that once everything is done here and there's also a bit more grass again on those edges, it will get better again and the ducks and other birds will return again. What was it called again? I saw it on an agricultural vlog the other day. It was mentioned, the sides of those canal. Talud? Now, how does that translate to English? That's the formal name for the diagonal part of the dike. A talud. Anyway, that's the Dutch word. I'm not sure what the English translation would be. This is 777-300 arriving from Atlanta and Georgia. 7 hours and 33 minutes flight time. And this is the PHB VW. VW. Here too, Karen has to be slim in order to fit in her cabin. Skinny Karen approves. Fat Karen wants to speak to the manager. More wide bodies coming in, yes please. KLM 777-300 number 2, the PVV. Hey, that's interesting. We had the BVW just now, and this is BVV. Bravo Victor Victor. Embankment, thank you Frank. This is KLM Flight 758, arriving from Panama City. 9 hours and 39 minutes flight time. The BVV, Bravo Victor Victor. 4-year-old airplane, first flight December 2020. Next after that, an A320neo and a KLM M190. Two KLM triples back to back, the BVW and BVV, Bravo Victor Whiskey, Bravo Victor Victor. Right, an assortment of birds. Mikey the bloody magpie here as well. Fucking hate pikeys. Magpikeys. Right, so opinions differ about the translation of talud. Slope, embankment is dijk. Alright, well, whatever it is, the diagonal part, as soon as there's a bit more grass on it, and also on the horizontal part over here, I'm pretty sure that the birds are going to return eventually. Looking forward to seeing them use those ramps. EasyJet A320neo. It's back to the narrow bodies for the time being. A neo without a carrying cabin. Malky says there's first class, business class, premium economy, and economy class. Karens therefore go in the hold as they've got no class. In the meantime, Yin is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. Hope you've been well. And welcome to the show. Everybody else, Michael, goedemorgen, good morning or afternoon. Hey, why is my chat window not scrolling down? Right. That's what you get when you get long messages and you sometimes have to scroll laterally. Let's see if I can maybe just get things working again with a reload of the page. Going to live chat instead of top chat. Re-enable split screen and go back to the horizontal position of the phone. There we go. And Yin is also celebrating 15 months of membership. 15 months already. Time do fly by quick. Absolutely it does, mate. Thank you so much for the ongoing support. Not only as a member but also as a moderator, of course. Hope everything is still to your liking, both as a mod and as a member. If not, let me know. Let me see what I can do to fix it. Artem says, Condor beige beach livery A330 is on the south at flight level 340. Please show it. Well, the south is over there. And you need to be more specific for me to try finding it. It's flying in the south at level 340. Is it flying west to east, north to west, north to south? Where is it currently flying? As you can see, the southern part of the sky shows no contrails. So either it is flying behind the clouds, or you're too early or too late. I need more specific vectoring from you guys if you want me to see or find airplanes. Aer Lingus returning from Dublin, Ireland, flight 604. Let's see, KLM flight 1774 is up next. That's another Embraer arrival from Berlin. Turning in from the left, though I'm not sure, can we see it? Maybe not. Yes, we can. There we go. That is KLM flight 1502, which I thought was already closer by than it turns out to be. On Flight Radar it was looking like they were already more or less aligned, but it wasn't. Second airplane that is turning in from the left is KLM Flight 1504, arriving from Madrid. That's a 737-800. Indeed, Gilberto Embraer. This is an Embraer 175, arriving from Berlin. Indeed, Malky, there we go. There we go. This is exactly what I keep saying. Get creative with the custom emojis, and Malky is doing so. So we have Berlin, Hamburg side, Vancouver, and person chest. Indeed, we do. In fact, Malky, I would go so far to say that we have person chest. You forgot one emoji slot there. Or at least one emoji slot, one opportunity to use the emoji. Stefan also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. So this is KLM Flight 1774. An Embraer arrival from Berlin. Flight time 57 minutes to Papa Hotel, Echo X-Ray Mike. How about Perth? Indeed. Well, if there were airplanes flying in from Perth, we definitely would be able to use that, Maria. Frank wonders, with so much vodka, do you ever urinate? I definitely do. I definitely do. Overflights from Frankfurt, indeed. Indeed.
Excuse me, is it okay? What if we make a photo?
Oh yeah, of course, if you want to take a picture, yeah, sure.
Well, Germany. Are you online now or?
Yeah, definitely.
But mic is shut now.
No, the mic is on. The mic is on. I have two guys standing here who ask if it is okay to take a picture of me, which of course it is. This is KLM Flight 1502, arriving from Madrid. 1 hour and 49 minutes on the way. The PHBCD. Not PHABC, but PHBCD. "12-year-old airplane, first flight May 2013. Matthijs, goedemiddag. Good afternoon. P downwind, absolutely, Mark. You'll learn that soon enough, the hard way. Charge them an appearance fee, boy, Lance says. Yeah, pretty soon I'll need to put access slots here as well. Although I'm not sure if I'm officially allowed to do that. Maybe that will run me into trouble with Officer Rudolph. Next up, Iceland Air. Iceland Air, arriving from Reykjavik. Not Reykjavik, but Reykjavik. The TFFIK. It's a 757-200 It's 2 hours and 41 minutes on the way. The airplane is 25 years old, first flight December 1999. Iceland Air Flight 500 is in the standard livery of Iceland Air, the old one, with dark blue and orange. One that most people still like better than the new sterile livery. Frank giving out good advice here, particularly to the younger boys who are watching P downwind and never eat the yellow snow. Don't let anybody fool you to tell you to believe that it is vanilla or lemon. It isn't. Well, double rarity. 757s we hardly see anymore. And of course this is the old livery, which to me still looks best of the two. Reversers, come on. Come on. Nope, no dice. Not today. Even though this is an airplane from the previous millennium, you can see Boeing was ahead of their time with a spacious carry cabin. Indeed, Frank, and brown snow is not chocolate flavor either. Hey, and W says 747 is on flight radar from Charles de Gaulle to AMS, so bonus queen is underway. Means that today's stream will feature three 747s, which with a little bit of luck will all three land here on this runway. Now it's back to 737s, 3 of them back to back, so if you are a fan, don't go away. 3 back-to-back 737-800s, 1 from Transavia and 2 from KLM respectively, with here in the foreground Transavia flight 6894 arriving from Santorini in Greece. Volvo and Hitachi excavators are here in the foreground, and I'm still unsure of the brand of the one, the mint green or whatever it is, that is still further back. Indeed, Jeff, pinky at the brain, they're pinky at the brain. One is a genius, the other's insane. Which doesn't sound insane at all when you say it like that. It's the Pahuxen. .757 with Rolls-Royce RB211 engines, same as the 747-400. Is that so? Is that... I think Cargolux still flies them with those Rolls-Royce engines, don't they? Are those exactly the same as were mounted on the 757 just now? I didn't know that. That's nice. So 2 back-to-back KLM 737s now. This is KLM flight 1354, arriving from Prague in the Czech Republic. Peter off to the pub for lunch. Hey, that sounds good, mate. Enjoy your lunch, mate. Flight time 1 hour and 8 minutes. Papa Hotel, Bravo, X-Ray, Zulu. 17-year-old airplane. And despite its age, a very spacious carrying cabin in the back. First flight of this airplane was in February 2008. Next up is going to be another 737-800 KLM flight 1614, arriving from Milan. There it is already. Flight time 1 hour and 20 minutes. It's the PHBXD, Bravo X-Ray Delta. 1 hour and 20 minutes underway. Another 26-year-old airplane, first flight August 1999. Same engine, minor difference. Well, I didn't know that, Lance. Nice to know. So... the 747-400s with Rolls-Royce engines use the same as were mounted on the 757, and the 747-8 of course uses 4 GEnx's. Those are also mounted on Dreamliners. Was there an A340 type that also used the same engines as on A320s or something? Isn't there a version, or maybe I'm just mistaken? I thought there was also an A340 with, what is it, CF56s? 300 or so? Is that the one that's so severely underpowered? Now next up is going to be an EasyJet A320neo. It's arriving from Scotland, and to be precise from Edinburgh. We see a 3 airplane glide slope shot. There is another A320neo from EasyJet behind it, and an A321neo from KLM behind it. So it's now 3 consecutive A320neo family members. 2 back-to-back A320neos and then an A321neo to boot. EasyJet flight 23301 arriving from Edinburgh. 1 hour and 8 minutes on the way, and this is the Guzzes. CRJ 200 is severely underpowered, Michael says. Is that so? I thought that those CRJs were all pocket rockets, but apparently not all types then. Early A340 300 is the hairdryer one. The 600 had proper engines, yeah. You can see those engines on the 600 are definitely a bit bulkier. Not sure if those are the same as the Lufthansa A340 600s also have or had, but they definitely look rather big and capable. It's another 3 airplane glide slope shot. A320 in the foreground, A321neo in the middle, and the regular A320 from EasyJet in the back. It's 12:45 now. That means that another 15 minutes of the Polderbaan exclusively in use for inbound traffic. You can see that the airplane is crabbing a little bit. Has the wind changed significantly more southwesterly? The METAR says 190 but 18 knots. So even though the crosswind component in degrees is not very substantial, the wind speed is 18 knots. That does probably make that the airplane needs to crab a little bit more than with calmer winds. Well, looking forward to storm season, at least when we have windy conditions and it's also dry, of course. It's nothing better than standing at the Polderbaan when you have a nice west-southwesterly winds upwards of 15 knots gusts, and the airplanes are crabbing so much that it looks like they will pass you this way instead of going to the runway, which is over there. Ilona, goedemiddag. Wilma, goedemiddag. Michael says they took a Challenger, inserted a bigger tube, increased the weight but kept the same engines. When you go above 20k altitude, you could not climb hardly at all. Engines could not cope. Ah. Everything wrong with the CRJ 200 they fixed on the 700, and that's why I love them so much. Great airplane for aircraft for pilots, like a fighter jet. So it's the 700s and newer. Are they still flying a lot of the CRJ 200s then? I mean, you'd think with such a poor reputation they'd get phased out relatively quickly. Or do you still see them a lot? Faxi has arrived, and it's now 4 more narrow bodies before the next wide body is going to arrive. The next wide body to arrive is going to be KLM Flight 755, and that's arriving from Guayaquil, and that is of course in glide slope. Visibility has certainly improved with the opening of the weather. A linear 3 airplane glide slope shot over here. EasyJet Flight 29006 arriving from London Gatwick in the foreground. TUI 737 arriving from Zakynthos. Yeah, let's go to Sky. I was already wondering. TUI has Maxes. They don't have regular 73s. Is that a rental? It is, or at least leased or not their own. Flights for hire. EasyJet A319 behind it, arriving from Dubrovnik, so that's the number 3, and the 4th airplane to arrive here is an Embraer 195 from LOT, arriving from Warsaw. Duckman, goedemiddag. Buddy aka Duckman. Die houden we erin. Oh no. That's the one. Now the 3 airplanes on the glide slope. The 4th turning in from the left should be Schiphol arriving from Guayaquil. Wondering, can we see it already? Either the pipes are in the way, or the clouds are, or both are. Dukeman is glad with his ramp. Ramp or disaster? Ramp. The Dutch word ramp means disaster. So now, of course, the question is, which one did Duckman mean? And even though it is a rental, they're not using the reversers. You often see that those foreign lease pilots use reversers here on the Polderbaan. I guess these pilots were more familiar with the terrain and thought it wasn't necessary, which of course, with weather like today, it probably isn't in most cases. Hey there, Drew. 1000 flight level, good day. Welcome back, one and all. You're still watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at the Polderbaan, runway 18 right. At the moment, the only runway open for arrivals for another 10 minutes, and then parallel arrivals are going to commence. We're in the last 40 minutes or so of today's show, and the grand finale is about to begin. There are 2 747s underway, an A380 and retro Transavia A321neo. Now the A380 and the retro Transavia are almost certainly going to land on the center runway, which will open up in 9 minutes from now, more or less. Mind you, we will still be able to see them quite well from over here where we are standing. Before the 777 arrival from Guayaquil is going to become very closely visible. Let's have a quick look and see what's happening. So the meter in the ticker is updated automatically, but for those of you who are more visually inclined, let's also do a manual refresh of the meter webpage that shows you the visuals. Runway 18 right is in use, and that means it's mostly headwind, although the wind direction is variable between what we would call south-southeast and southwest. The wind speed is 18 knots, 21°C the temperature, that's 72-ish Fahrenheit. Few clouds at 2,800 feet. Other than that, nothing, no visibility problems or any ceilings. Air pressure 1,009 hectopascals. Have a look. This is what is in store. The grand finale is about to commence. We have Atlas Air arriving from Miami, Florida, ETA 122. We have a bonus queen arriving from Paris. Cathay Pacific Cargo, another 747, 131, the estimated time of arrival. Emirates is arriving and is about to enter Dutch airspace in a few minutes from now. ETA 116. I'm counting on that going to the center runway, and the same for the Retro Transavia. So Retro Transavia and the Cathay Pacific will arrive around the same time. These two will probably constitute the last airplanes of today's show. If you don't have to be anywhere, stick around, plenty more coming, and we're going to catch them all just like Pokemon. As you can see, the weather here, although a bit cloudy, we're not going to see any rain anytime soon. Things are relatively open, although right now the sun is hiding behind clouds. This is KLM flight 755. It's arriving from Guayaquil, and that's a port city in the country called... It's on the continent of Latin America, which is not the same as... KLM flight 755 has been flying for 11 hours and 9 minutes as we speak. It's a 777-200 the Papa Hotel, Bravo, Quebec, Alpha. And that's an airplane that is 21 years old. First flight was in September of the year 2003. Oksana, good afternoon. Welcome back. Good to see you again. Hope it was well. And welcome to the show, all others. Hope everybody is doing well. Lovely day here, albeit a bit windy. Now, unfortunately, it's headwind mostly, so not substantial crabbing airplanes, nor any go-arounds do I expect. Some rain is expected, but that's for the late afternoon, early evening, and late evening. Frank says PHBBQ would make a tasty plane. Absolutely, absolutely. Malky says that another RAF A400M approached the coast to your southwest heading east. Well, unfortunately, right now, this is what my southern hemisphere looks like in the sky. The only bit of blue is over there. That's already southeast of me. Directly west of me there's also a few patches of blue, but most of my southern sky right now is unfortunately cloudy, so I'm afraid that we'll probably be able to hear it but not see it. Thanks for the heads up though. Next up, Air Transat. Air Transat is arriving from Toronto in Canada. That's an A321neo. 6 hours and 54 minutes flight time, ladies and gentlemen. Almost 7 hours. Now you can see that the airplane's nose is pointing in our direction more or less. Not completely straight yet. You can see that the tail, and now you can already see the crabbing is even less. You can see that nose is now pointing to the right, although it was pointing more or less our way initially. Six hours and 55 minutes of flight time. This is the Charlie Golf Oscar India Kilo. 5-year-old airplane, first flight June 2020. John Deere in the foreground. Hey, reversers. Airbus A321neo. Just so you know. Time for me to take a sip of vodka. Let me pour me a small little glass. Can start to hear the A400 approaching. Definitely audible. Audible, though not yet visible. Not sure they will become visible. If I point the camera up. This is what my southerly sky is looking like right now. So we can hear the A400 quite distinctly. Instantaneously recognizable as an A400. But yeah. Like I said, I think we're not going to see it, but we will be able to hear it. Let's see. Airplane turning in the background from the right. That's an EasyJet A319 arriving from Milan and is going to be the fourth to arrive here. Over here we have Vueling flight 1375 arriving from Alicante. 2 hours and 10 minutes the flight time. Echo Charlie, Juliet Tango Romeo. 19-year-old airplane, first flight May 2006. Aileron Al asks, what the hell is a carrying cabin? Well, unfortunately I cannot show you on this airplane because there's none on this Vueling. Pretty sure we will see one soon enough and I will show you. The data is still in place. World order as we know it is going to stay intact for another day. Now, even though it is a Thursday, it is getting rather busy. Here around me people have gathered. Cyclists standing still, people sitting on benches and on seats that they have brought themselves. The Emirates A380 is of course coming and 2 747s are too, and the Transavia Retro all in the next half hour or so. Another good test to see how the Odido network is holding up compared with KPN. Sky Express is coming up next, flight 790, arriving from Athens, A321neo, 3 hours and 2 minutes on the way. Nominal flight duration, Sierra X-Ray, Golf Romeo Alpha, another one of my favorite vehicles passing by, the fat bike. There you go. It's a certain type of people in the Netherlands that drive them. Not seldomly with a vape in a hand and another person sitting behind them. They usually travel in pairs, the drivers of fat bikes. Now, just like ignorance, grease is bliss, at least according to Sky Express. Tell that to the person who is living right next to a forest fire. A380 assigned to center, Maria says, as expected. Can't say that I am surprised, but I am disappointed. Mike O also back in the chat. Francesco, good to see you. And all others who have joined in the meantime, welcome to you too. Transavia flight 5696 is next, arriving from Samos, which is also in Greece, if I recall correctly. Wind is definitely picking up every now and then. Transavia, also known Karen cabin. It's 1:02. And I'm wondering when is the first arrival to center approaching. I don't see one yet visually, but I do see, oh wait, now I do. And I also saw it on flight radar already. There it is, parallel arrivals once again in progress. KLM flight 1818 arriving from Frankfurt. That's an Embraer 175. Over here we have EasyJet flight 27806 arriving from Milan, A319. 1 hour and 24 minutes the flight time. Austrian registered OELKM Lima Kilo Mike. 16-year-old airplane. And another narrow body behind it by the looks of it. E2 Embraer 195, KLM flight 914 arriving from Aberdeen. And the Freeze is also back, tuning in from Mackham. Welcome back, mate. So yeah, it's excavators galore here. There are at least 3 already on that side. One of which I don't know the brand and type. The other one is a Volvo. There's a Hitachi. And there's still a Caterpillar over there. Or a cat. There it is. It has been standing still there for a while now. As you can see over here, visibility to the runway is again unobstructed, just like before. I'm still standing a bit closer to the cycling path, just so we are standing higher up, so that we can see over the piles of sand that are still there further north, where the airplanes are landing. But at least they're now making progress, and it won't be long, expectedly, before everything is going to be like so, where the runway views are once again unobstructed. And we can also stand a bit closer to the canal, where hopefully the duckies and grebes and coots will also return soon, so that they can use those ramps that they have now also put here at regular intervals. Pate says, don't forget the fat bikers hold their phone like a tea saucer and wear huge ass headphones so they don't hear anything. Yeah, well, that's a good thing. I also like to put on a podcast whenever I go for a bike ride. But yeah, you do need to look around. That's what annoys me a lot of the times, that sometimes, not fat bike cyclists per se, but cyclists in general, particularly younger cyclists, they just don't seem to know that they need to look behind them first before making a lateral move. I've had it before that I wanted to overpass somebody who was driving more slowly, and then all of a sudden, without looking behind them or without first indicating, they would come to the left just as I was about to overtake them, which of course led to a few almost accidents on several occasions. Just like with driving a car, you first need to look, and then you need to indicate, and then you need to move, if all is clear. Anyway. I've said it before, I'll say it again. It's not just Jerry who can go on rants. I can do that as easily as well. I'll refrain from doing it, but there's a lot to bitch and complain about. What isn't to bitch and complain about is that Bus BJC is celebrating half a year of membership. Not to be intimidating, but I'm right behind you. Nice. Nice. Hey, dankjewel for the support. Yeah, thank you so much for the support. Bus BJC is standing right behind me. Wanna do a wave to the audience, or yeah? Yeah. Okay, cool. Here is Bas. Half a year of membership. Thank you so much, Bas. All the while standing here and only now saying, hey, it's me. Nice, man.
Ja, niet te intimiderend overkomen, hè?
Nee, nou, dat is wel goed. Nee, als mensen blijven staan en ze zeggen niks, dan is dat meer awkward dan wanneer mensen eventjes gewoon zeggen: hey, is alles goed? Zo. Wees vooral niet bang hoor.
Nee. Ik wilde je niet onderbreken.
Oh nee, dat is geen enkel probleem. Geen enkel probleem. Ah, well, there you go. Mario says, and that's how my son had his motorcycle accident. That's exactly the type of behavior that will get people into accidents without their own without it being their own fault. Jillard is also back in the chat. Good to see you, Jillard. In the meantime, Captain Jerry also back in the chat. What up, Jerome? Good to see you again. Hope all is well.
45 minutes away. So I go from my car.
Vueling is going to be next. Vueling flight 2903, arriving from Palma de Mallorca. That's an A320neo.
You're visiting here from somewhere else?
Yeah, from Germany.
Malky says, Air Baltic going to the center, so here's my pun. I could tell you what the capital of Estonia is called, but that would be Tallinn. Tallinn. Ballen and Tallinn. Yeah. Well, I guess it will have to be a mystery then, Malky.
Is this your favorite spot?
If you don't want to share that knowledge with us, that's perfectly fine. We'll just keep it a mystery. I'm getting thirsty. Time for another glass.
I'm wanting to go to Frankfurt, but just usually for the selection, the 747s and A380s.
Yes, a big one.
Yeah. But I'll have to look when to do.
A321neo is arriving at on the Zwanenbergbaan, arriving from Hamburg. Delivery flight of a Delta A321neo. We also saw that happening 2 weeks ago or something. While we were standing at the Kaagbaan. Hans' favorites, but where is he to witness them? Hope he's doing well. VJ says retro to 18C as well. Yeah, as expected. As expected. Of course, arriving from the east and arriving after 1 o'clock makes them candidates for the wrong runway. Right, where is the A380? It's flying over Lelystad, so that is still pretty far out. Parallel arrivals in progress. In the meantime, I also see a Saudia Dreamliner arriving from Jeddah that is now approaching the center runway. That is still in the old beige livery. I like the new livery significantly more than the beige one.
It's just in here, just like...
And Paul West is also back. Good morning to you. All is well on my end. I hope everything on your end is well as well. Well. Let's see, EasyJet type 23853 is landing here, arriving from Milan. Flight time 1 hour and 26 minutes. While on the subject of my favorite vehicle, my favorite transportation vehicle, hands in the pocket, because why would you keep them on the steering wheel? Case in point. This is Saudi flight 215, arriving from Jeddah with Jeddah Nights. How do I know? Well, there are swords on the tail. That's an indication, a clear indication that there are Jeddah Nights on board. 7879 Dreamliner. A Ryanair 737 is next to land here on the Polderbaan. It's flying parallel to this Dreamliner. Now, they are a dime in a dozen, the 737s from Ryanair, but Ryanair pilots often spool up the reversers, so their landings on occasion are quite loud. And that is nice. So that's why I'm turning around the camera so that we can look and listen to Ryanair arriving here from Dublin, Ireland, flight 3102. No. No. Thought I heard them spooling up the reversers as slightly further north. But they already let go of the reverse handle rather soon, and by the time it arrived here, definitely was idle reverse already. Russell is over there. He is looking and seeing that everything is good. Hey there, Robert. Good afternoon, and good afternoon to all others who have joined. The Cathay 747 is approaching The Hague. That's good news. What's its altitude? Let's see. It's flying at 8,100 feet. What runway has it been assigned to? Has it been assigned to Polderbaan or center? Right. Camera set back to infinity. EasyJet, flight 22515, arriving from Milan, A319. Atlas to Polder. Atlas to Polder and Cathay as well. In the meantime, Alan Lee is also returning in the chat, and he comes in with a super chat. Mate, you did not have to do that. Thank you so much nonetheless. Afternoon from the northeast of England. Alan says, welcome back to the channel, mate. Hope you're doing well. Welcome back. And thank you so much for your generosity, and good afternoon to you too. Stefan says, I have a good joke for you. In Romania, we make jokes about Alina, a little dumb girl who is always doing stupid things. So Alina was riding her bike and shouts to her mother, look, Mama, I'm riding without hands. 5 minutes later, look, Mama, I'm riding without feet. 2 minutes later, look, without teeth. You know, that happened to me once when I was smaller and more brazen. I thought I was also able to ride with ride my bicycle with my hands closed, with my eyes closed, and I bumped into a concrete pole and hurt my thumb pretty well. I still have the scar on my thumb. Small open wound. Bone was visible. I learned the hard way that driving a bicycle without your eyes open is a dumb thing to do. But yeah, boys will be boys. In the meantime, Mike O, returning to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Man, thank you so much for your vote of confidence. Welcome back. We kept your seat warm or cool, depending on the way you look at it. And left everything the way you left it. Welcome back, mate. And thank you so much for the vote of support, vote of confidence and the support. Spartan 747 is about to depart. 126 runway 24. Well, we should still be around by then, so keep me posted once it is lined up and first to leave. Let me know, and we should be able to film it. Hey, another doggo has arrived on the scene. Let's go back to autofocus so that we can see it more crisply. Yeah. Lovely. Right, for the time being, traffic going to the wrong way. We have a 777-300 arriving from Qatar. Qatar arriving from Doha. Flight 273, 777-300. Well, it's arriving from the east, so it was to be expected that it was going to this runway. Still, the runway is...
Wrong, 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 wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong.
Indeed, Frank, as a rule of thumb, it is quite stupid to ride a bicycle with eyes closed. Razor sharp he is, isn't he? Alrighty. Duckman unfortunately has to go. Buddy, thank you for joining. Quack you later. Enjoy the rest of your day, mate, and hopefully see you again tomorrow.
It's quite windy.
KLM flight 1270 arriving from Copenhagen, but there's also a 737-800 coming to the Polderbaan, which we are even better able to see in a few moments once it gets closer by. So let's have a look at it instead.
So I'll be high and dry in my house, I think, but it's time for income.
This is KLM flight 1512 arriving from Barcelona. 737-800, 1 hour 41 minutes on the way. The Papa Hotel Bravo X-Ray Charlie. And indeed, Paul, they moved the dirt pile. They are busy working on it. There are 3 excavators over there that are working on finishing the work. Over here, they have already finished. They've flattened everything and visibility is once again uninterrupted, except for the caterpillar, of course, the fat cat. Now, obviously, I am very pleased to see that what they also left behind at regular intervals are ramps for the duckies and other aquatic birds. So I'm still standing here right next to the cycling path instead of closer to the water where I normally would have set up, just because we still need to overlook the dunes to the north. But it's going to get better. They're making progress, so improvement is underway. In the meantime, Emirates Flight 147 has also become apparent. There it is, Flight 147 arriving from Dubai. 6 hours and 28 minutes the flight time. It's number 5 on flight radar, tracked by 601 people. The flight duration as we speak is nominal. 6.5 hours is usually the average flight time. It's the Alpha 6 Echo Echo Charlie. 13-year-old airplane, first flight July 2012. Pate also has to go. See you later, Pate. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the grand finale is about to begin. 2 747s, the A380, and Emirates, not the Emirates, the Transavia Retro are all expected within, 15 minutes or so? Obviously, this airplane is going to a runway which is...
Wrong, 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 wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong.
Then again, it was expected from the get-go. ETA already this morning was well past 1 o'clock. Now, what's interesting is that right behind this airplane, but coming this way, is a Boeing 747 Atlas Air.
Or
So we cannot linger too long on the A380. Now, the second the second 747 is now turning in, so it will be a consecutive 747 landing here on the Polderbaan. It's just that the spatial separation is so big that we are not going to get a 2-airplane 747 glide slope shot, I think. Still, 3 quad squad members in 5 minutes. That's a treat. Just like the olden days back in the 90s, where you couldn't turn your head at Schiphol without looking at several 747s. The majority of which were still cargo airplanes, passenger airplanes, dedicated passenger airplanes. Later they became hybrids. Now it's dedicated cargo. How times have changed. Well, the Emirates A380 landing. With a little bit of luck, we might be able to pick up its reversers being spooled up in a few moments. I am going to turn around the camera now because the 747 is approaching. I think you can hear it, the reversers of the A380. This is Atlas Air, flight 5219, 747-8 freighter, arriving from Miami, Florida, the November 860 Gin Tonic. 8 hours and a minute underway, 3-year-old airplane, first flight April 2022. Can we see the next 747 behind it already? Yes, we can. 2 747 glide slope shot, although the spatial separation leaves a bit to be desired. In the meantime, class, thank you so much for your bribe to the tower. They will have to send the A380 to the right way again next time. No. Unfortunately, that's an idle reverse landing there. Now, we cannot linger too long because our bonus queen is next to land. Another 747-8 freighter, the Bravo Lima Juliet India, arriving from Paris, Cathay Pacific Cargo. There she is. Left from Paris not too long ago, 42 minutes ago. Bonus queen, third 747 of the show. 13-year-old airplane, first flight August 2012. And where is the retro Transavia right now? Arriving from Santorini, is that... Oh yeah, it's flying towards Hoorn right now. If you look just above the pipe, you can see that there is another wide body in the background already. That's KLM Flight 646 arriving from New York. Just fucking kidding. Malky says, is that livery used by everyone? Nope, it's Cathay specific. I think that joke is Cathay terrific. Alrighty. Cathay Pacific Cargo, flight 2014, arriving from Paris, 44 minutes to flight time. The airplane is 13 years old. First flight August 2012. Cathay terrific. Indeed, Malky. I stand corrected. Reverse spool up, slats retract, the inner two slats, you can see them, they're pulled in. The outer slats are still out. That's a very specific 747 thing. Let's see. Obviously, this was the best landing in the audio department with the reversers being applied. And can we see that happening now? The slats lowering again. Those lowerings on the leading edge of the wing, which I don't, yeah, by now they'll have lowered already. You could see them retract as the slots for the reversers opened up. Protection of the slats. It's something that you only see on 747s, both on the 400s and on the 747-8s. So yeah, two 747s on the ground, having landed back to back. We are not done yet, ladies and gentlemen. The Transavia Retro A321neo has just turned final to the center runway, and we should be able to see it in minutes from now. Hey, tot ziens jongens. Zie. Martin has returned from his walk. Perfect timing. Cathay Pacific Cargo is on the move. KLM flight 646 is arriving from New York. Just fucking kidding. There it is, 777-200, 6 hours, 18 minutes, the flight time. Papa Hotel, Bravo, Quebec, India. Slight Karen cabin right in the front, but only for sleek, narrow Karens. Ironic that a wide-bodied airplane only caters to slim, mini Karens. Let's see, Transavia Retro is now third to arrive on the center runway, I think. Means we are still going to be able to catch another airplane here on the Polderbaan. The next one after that is where the Transavia Retro flies parallel to. And what a nice airplane to be looking at. This is the Red Wine Express arriving from Bordeaux in France. KLM flight 1442, 1 hour and 18 minutes on the way, filled to the brim with bottles of red wine, well, cases of course of red wine. It's PHBXA, Bravo X-Ray Alpha.
It's a Red Wine Express.
The Red Wine Express.
Red Wine Express?
Red Wine Express, arriving from Bordeaux.
Ah.
Makes sense, doesn't it? 26 years old, the airplane. First flight January 1999. Everything PHBX seems to be from 1999. Quite a few of the 737s were delivered in 1999. Suparna lined up for runway 24 departure. That is a very unfortunate timing with the arrival of the Transavia Retro. We will be able to catch a glimpse of it, but not very extensive, I think. The first queen of the show, Suparna, arriving early in the show, one of the earliest airplanes to arrive here. Now on runway 24, leaving again for China. With a little bit of luck, it might be turning to the west, right-hand turn to the west, and be coming this way. So we might get a chance to see it again once it passes overhead, if it hasn't gone through the clouds already by then. Yeah, well, there it is, Suparna Airlines. We saw this one this morning, 747, taking off from runway 24. Only quickly. If it's coming this way, we might get to see it again, a bit closer by. But here is the boopty snooty Retro Transavia arriving from Skopje in Macedonia, if I'm not mistaken, or is it Albania? Now I'm going to make people mad by saying the wrong thing. It's coming from Skopje. Let's leave it at that. 2 hours 26 minutes on the way. We of course saw the arrival flight of this airplane. Compare it with the older model and livery. This looks infinitely better, doesn't it? The Yankee Hotel Delta, North Macedonia. There you go. Because Macedonia is now part of Greece, right? Also, some touchy geopolitics going on there in that region. Right. I'm looking for the 747, but I can see that it took a left-hand turn and is flying to the east, like so. That is unfortunate. Alrighty. Well, for me, this is going to be it. Thank you all so much for joining me here today. It was a nice stream. We had good visibility here again. It's nice to see that the Polderbaan is slowly but surely returning to its normal good visibility state. Will not be long before the remainder of the dike and the sand over there will be away again and things will be like they are over here already. So hopefully the weather will allow me to go out for another stream tomorrow. Hope to see you then. Thank you all so much for joining me here today. I had a wonderful time and I hope you guys enjoyed it as well. If you did like what you saw and you haven't done so already, consider adding to the likes if you haven't done so already. Liking and subscribing will help to bring in new people and make it more gezellig in upcoming streams. A massive big thank you for all the super chats, the super stickers, the gifted memberships, those who became a member themselves, any merch shop purchases and PayPal donations. Thank you all so much for making this such a great channel and such a wonderful crowd and community. Also a massive big thank you to the moderators for keeping the chat friendly and accessible once more. If all is well, I will see you again tomorrow, and if not tomorrow, then hopefully on Saturday. But I think the weather in the upcoming days is going to be good, so see you next time. Enjoy the rest of your day. Bye for now, guys, and take care.